Okay, we're live, baby. So, new day, or new week, I should say. Wait, is this? This seems good. Okay. New week and new things to do. Been kind of going through what needs to be done next, and I decided that for this week, I'll try to make a new enemy and then a bunch of other crap. And we'll see how it goes. So yeah, first off, what is this? Oh. Let me save this. Okay. Do I have my enemies thing here? I do. So this is the enemy. Oops. This is the enemy that I want to work on. Essentially going to be like a Nidoswarm. Jesus, I'm hungry as heck. Okay. So I want to kind of see how well this design works in context with the rest of the enemies. So I'm gonna just place it just a touch more to the right, to the right. I can just copy some of them, those enemies next to it. Which one is it? This one, okay. I'm gonna drop some of these here as well, just so I have them as a reference. And then I kind of need to see if there's anything else I can do in this department, because this mouth looks kind of weird, a little bit. What I could also do is just go for this kind of mouth. Oops, oh come on. Let's turn this off. This is kind of a inner side of it. Okay. What if I do this? Because these should kind of be available anywhere. That's their idea. So they can kind of appear in any bio. So they should be somewhat generic with their color palette. And essentially, this is the color palette that I'm kind of using for the maggots now. And I'm thinking, you know, these could maybe also use a similar one, but also they could just kind of be different, right? They could just have kind of their own thing. It's gonna be one of the 3 planned neutral enemies, right? So this is also a charger, this is gonna be a spawner, and then we'll see what else. Yeah, I'll just make these 2, right? Let's see. What if I make something like this? Seems a little bit too iron, maybe. Okay. What about this? That could work. Perchance. Could be something like that as well. One thing that I want to know is how does this look with an outline? I'm gonna draw it by hand because it's fun to do it like that. And it's gonna be outlined all the way in the game, so might as well do it like that. Well, this looks pretty good. I don't mind the look of this. Then let's have the player. Yeah, I think this looks pretty good. More like this. And maybe that makes it look a little bit more stable. Okay. Yeah, I think this looks pretty nice. So let's do nah, this looks good. Okay, so let's take this, make a new file. How big is this? It's like 64 good enough. And hopefully all right. Let's copy the colors first. This is in indexed mode, okay. And then let's just copy this whole thing. We're gonna clear all of these. Don't need you, I think. Reference can be in front. Don't need the outline layer. And whatever this is, we're gonna have main first. Copy this, paste it here. Good. Then we're gonna go to the front layer. Copy it again. And then we're gonna go to the behind layer and copy this one. Boom. There we have it. This is almost centered. I mean, it is centered. It's just a bit more bulky on the left side, so I think that's okay. Let's call this a background. Maybe we might want to use something else so this pops a bit more. Poops. I could do this as well. I want to have a background that I'm not, that like I feel comfortable working with. Maybe just do this. Oh, I like this one. Okay. Yeah. Let's just have contrast. Okay, so the front layer has this weird pixel that we want to get rid of. Oh no, it's just empty. Oh, see, that's the problem with the background. But this does look kind of annoying. Although, I want to do this. No, probably not. But I could just add a pixel in the main layer. There's definitely some mouth to be done, maybe on the some work to be done on the mouth. There could be like more going on here. I'll call this body. This is gonna be lips, and these are gonna be spikes behind. I think I want to separate these as well. Those are going to be spikes front. back. Hey man, good morning. Now let's just remove these. Maybe something like that. And these are obviously just like that. The reason I want to have it like this is that I can easily kind of adjust. And because this might look a little bit better, then I can also make the body shape just a little bit more convincing. Maybe like that. And then for the body, I don't know, like, do I want to go with like a really bright center? We should start like I don't know why it would be bright in the middle. Yeah, and this already looks horrible, but you know, sometimes you just gotta try to see how it's gonna turn out. And this looks like it's like something wrong is happening with. Okay. That doesn't look too good. What if we just do like if we would go from the bottom. Yeah, probably something in this direction would make more sense if I want to go in this direction, of course. Yeah, we could go like this, right? Looks reasonable enough. Maybe for the lips we could add some detailing. Not too much, I would imagine. Same goes for the teeth. You kind of see, like, I'm afraid this might be too many colors really quickly. So I'm gonna do this really sparingly, or not sparingly, just with the idea of, you know, I might just kind of go back on it. Although this doesn't look too bad, it does look a little bit more kind of dangerous. Is that good? Huh, who knows? Maybe not. What if I do it in a darker color, darker shade altogether? Because it's not meant to be menacing in that way. Okay, it could be a bit brighter still. I think I like this. It's like a middle ground. Looks good. I could also just go with this and then have these back teeth be kind of a little darker, right? Like this. That's shaping up to be pretty nice looking penis, everyone's gonna call it. But you know, it's just, it is what it is. Game is full of phalluses. Oh right, I need to save it. That's a good idea. Documents, game dev. Game is full of bugs, art, enemies, neutral. We're gonna call worm. No, we're gonna make a new nest crawler folder. I'm gonna call this a nest crawler. Enemy. There we go. So I think that's now pretty good. So now I need an animation of it coming out of the ground, and I guess also of being dead. Probably just gonna be like a lump. Or maybe they could hide as well, right? Maybe they don't die per se. And another final check and outline. Like for me, it's something therapeutic about drawing outlines by hand. There's obviously you can just press. Huh, can you do that over multiple layers though? I don't think so. Like, can I do this? Yeah, no, it just does it across all of them, right? Yeah, it just feels like, it feels relaxing. It feels like you're, finishing your work. It feels like you're peeling off the safety paper from the sides of the artwork. It's nice. It feels like this is the final thing I need to do. It doesn't require my artistic skills. It's just, I just kind of do it. And it feels nice, right? I would recommend this outlining pixel art before therapy. No, don't, but like, you know what I mean. Yeah, I think this looks pretty good. Let's put in a reference as well. This guy. Yeah, I think this looks good. Now, it coming out of the ground, I was thinking of something like this, right? So let's also open our worm, because I kind of have this like as a starting point, right? And then this big behemoth could come out. So this is going to be our base sprite, and now we can start animating. And essentially the only thing I need to do is it coming out, it's dying. And again, I'm thinking about, could the nest crawler just maybe hide and not really, die? So they could just kind of get out of the way, because they're relatively big, and might be good to kind of have them not stay around after they die, right? That's my thinking. Nice. Okay. So let's see. What if I do? I'm just gonna do it really simple. I'm gonna delete all of these. I'm gonna take my worm enemy. I'm I'm gonna copy these couple of frames. Boop, boop. And we're gonna have this be a tag spawn. And then I'm gonna do a really simple thing. I'm just gonna kind of extend this upwards, right? I'm just gonna do this. Boom. And then here we would just kind of do the, yeah, this is why I wanted to also split these, so I can edit them separately. Very nicely butchered spikes. Let's kind of see if this idea even checks out, right? So I'll just delete the back part. Then we're gonna duplicate this and I'm gonna give you this back. Same goes for the front spikes. Right, and maybe we could kind of move this down a bit. So we'll do just small little corrections. And then here we could just kind of take the front spikes and move them up a bit before they hit the ground. And again, just kind of doing this really fast just to see if the idea makes sense. And we would also want to do basically do a little bit of squishing action. You know, it looks really harsh, right? But you know, the idea is there, right? And then maybe if we extend this first part, right? Maybe start making this Let's cut the background. Maybe start making this thing. This is this one, yeah. And again, this is just to see if the idea makes sense. You know, it's kind of funny how you can do some simple squashes and stuff like that, and you know, make the thing look semi-decent. Now, obviously, we would want to do more, you know, animation. Maybe when it's up here, do some mouth movement, right? Because I want to kind of stall it up here a little bit, right? So maybe we would do a little bit of a just let me cook for a little bit. Spikes back up, and let's do these then. And then, well, again, this is just a test. Just want to see how this looks. You know, so there's going to be some sort of a scream when it's coming out. That's the idea, right? Maybe here we could also already have a little bit of this going on, right? Maybe like this. You know. Yeah, no. Okay, boom. We drop this down here and we can maybe squish it a little bit. And then we also want to make some effects. You know, I'm fairly okay at these things. Getting fairly decent, people would say. Boom! And then we kind of draw some chunks of debris that fly out. Oops. Yeah, I think this looks decent. Maybe on the body here below we could have some lines of it being a little strained. We're gonna do body 2. We're gonna cancel the effects. I like how this looks for now. What if we go more in like a circular pattern? Something like that might be a little more fitting. You know. Put even more squish on that dish. Boom. Could also do some lighter particles up here. Could also do another, let's do an effects 2 layer. Sorry, I'm a little silent, but that's usually how it's like the only way I can draw. So what I could do is like do something like this, you know? Now what if I delete the second one like randomly in parts, right? Maybe we can kind of squish the lips down a little bit before they move up. Yeah. You can also find a decent sound to go with it while I'm at it. These are like way too long. Nope. What about we need like a something like that's not that bad. Because I could also kind of just, you know, copy these frames, right, without the effects and just make this part longer. And then when it lands, we would do another set of effects, obviously. Maybe here we could actually do more of a darker kind of thing. And also I'm thinking about, you know, just making the whole animation like a cloud. And we don't have to go too far with it, right? Just kind of do a couple. And then spikes front. I also want to squish these up. Ooh, whoa, boom. Yeah, that's a pretty decent spawn animation, I think. And it's still, you know, the size is reasonable, like considering the player. Like if we move, let's make this a linked cell. I'm gonna just drop this one like here. Yeah, it looks pretty good size-wise. Maybe here we can make this move a little more pronounced as well. Yeah, no, maybe don't mess with the recipe, right? Just let it be. Maybe just clean it up a little bit, and that's it. But like, if it works, right? Then I think it would just have an idle animation and with a little bit of bump whenever you kind of how do you say, whenever it spawns something, right? Oops, nope. Still a little fast. You know, really simple kind of idle animation. I think this looks pretty good now. So we have the idle. Ugh. Just a little bit of movement, so there's something happening. Right, nothing too serious. Now we can also do a little bit of cleaning up here. Just to give it a little bit more kind of circular shapes. It's not so weird looking. Like this, for instance. And maybe it could do some damage when it comes out as well. But yeah, the main idea would be to just have a ton of damage, basically be armored, right? But you can break that armor with the melee attack. Yeah, I think this is good. Now the only thing I would need to have is when it's killed. But we could just have some dead sprites as well, right? The only problem is it's so big, right? What if we didn't have the lips on the dead sprite, right? What if just this would kind of stay and the rest would explode, you know? Something like that, right? Really nicely bloodied up. Could be another one that is just kind of I think 2 might, you know, be kind of enough already. Nice, I think that's it. We just need the shadow on the wall. Shadow on the wall. Da-ba-da. Okay, nice. Let's export this. And let's do all frames. I want to know is we do have a couple of duplicates. Just the one apparently though. Okay, let's just do this. And then we're gonna canvas size that up. How much do I need to do though? There we go. Another thing that I want to do is just make a GIF while we're at it. And we're gonna merge all of these. I'm gonna write the name of the game. There we go. Sorry, I'm really silent today, but like I said, it's an occupational hazard when making pixel art for me. I kind of can't talk too much. Well, sometimes I can, I guess. Okay, let's make this. Let's save this. And then let's save this as a GIF. And let's make it RGB and huge. There we go. Nice. That's really good. That's really good. Then we can drop this into the server so people can see what's happening. There's another thing I could do. Start off with these. Don't have this duplicate frame. And then kind of oops. Yeah, this is better. Okay, so save this, and then we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this, and then do this. Okay, nice. Now we can do a post about it as well. It's all part of game development, unfortunately. Like, if I could not do this, you're gonna see how efficient I'm trying to be with this. Just do that. Or I guess if this is pixel art, I can copy these tags and we post. And boom, boom. Boom. And then I just copy the same thing everywhere. You can do /pixel art as well and tag it as hand pixeled, add, boom. You can do another one here, why not? Like, I rarely post, so. GIF, boom. And then you are a special little cookie, and I need to convert GIF to a video. Like, I don't understand why Instagram and Threads, which is basically the same thing, don't support GIFs. They have to be the only websites that don't support GIFs for some reason. Like, why is this website? Why like, aren't they like the most rich company in the world, and they can't figure out GIFs? Maybe there's like a deeper reason why they're choosing not to support GIFs, right? But it still sucks. There we go, and that's it. Check if anyone commented. No. Same for this, but like this again as this one, like, why can't I, I can do all, or then I can have all of my crap split. I can just select, everything that's kind of connected to me, right? I have to go through all of them, and it loads forever. Like, no wonder this website is cooked. There you go. There you go. Boom. Anything else? We have the quotes. Is it quotes? Sure. Okay. So that's the, you know, why I hate those websites. You have to kind of jump through hoops, right? Mastodon is kind of dead, but apparently not totally dead. Yes, something is happening on here. Boom. Anything else? Seems good enough. Oh, we have some followers. Wait, when did that happen? People boosted my post, whatever that means. Okay. I guess boost is like a share, I guess. And there you go, that's it. Okay. So we can now go to our game and actually add this sucker in. So first we need the images. Boom. Multiple 16, and we do some of this bear, normal quality, no compression, and point filter. Apply. Good. And then let's open it up. Oh, it already sliced it. That's pretty cool. But no, let's just do an automatic by count. No, this is by size. And then we're gonna do custom like this. This seems like a pretty good position. Maybe we could go a little bit lower. It's also pretty good. I can still change this later. Okay. So now we're gonna use, I think, the worm enemy as the base because it's most similar in its behavior, right? It also needs to be still. So let's find our worm enemy. Let's duplicate you, open you up, and we're gonna do a bedaur. Boom. Don't need these. Right, this one also needs to be unpacked. Shadow on the wall. Boom. Where's this? Why is this one not showing? Let's also remove this animator. Shadow sprite. You know, this isn't the right one, right? What's wrong with you? There you go. Now unit canvas needs to go a bit higher because it's a big ol' enemy. I'll do something like this. Run dust. Not gonna need you. just be in the middle. Might actually use an attack collider, but not for now. And now do we have... Yeah, we have a castle collider. So let's make it a bit wider. I guess 2 is not too bad. Something like this, I guess. Maybe we can make it a bit bigger. So we do like that, and then I think this looks decent. Put it in the middle as well. There we go. Okay. I'm probably gonna make it a little bit smaller though. Maybe like that. That seems good. Yeah, I think this seems okay. And then let's also change the name. It's going to be a nest crawler. And then I just need 2 animations of it. So first we're gonna do create a new animation. We're gonna create an animator as well. And let's do our assets animation. Let's do enemies and then neutral. I'm gonna create a new folder here, nest crawler. And let's call this nest crawler spawn or appear, doesn't matter. Both are good. And we're gonna just change a random sprite just to get it here. And then let's see, it's from here to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to here. Boom. Do I have a color change on this guy? Sprite. I do have a color change, which does not help at all with what I'm trying to do. Right? But let me check. And they just all have eyes already drawn. So this doesn't do anything, so let's just ignore it for now. Okay. Oh. But also, let's not do this here. There we go. Oh, you can control these? Really? That is spicy. Spicy knowledge has just been obtained. And also, here we want to have the shadow turned off. Boom, and then here we turn it on. And then we're going to make another one, and this is going to be a idle. We're going to make this a 200, 200s. Let's make this, and then paste a random one. And then let's do a, oh no, this is going to be a 50, not a 200, a 50. And we're just going to do these last 6 frames. Boom. Oh no, it is 200. Why is it so fast, eh? Oh, it's 10? Like 10 per second? Then I would do 5. That's new. I mean, this does make sense, right? It's how many frames per second does it have, I guess. Okay, then let's go to the animator. Animator, and essentially all we do for the animation controller is we start with spawn and we go into idle as soon as this one finishes, and that's it. That's the animation controller. I do like that idea. Now, one thing that I want to check is how do you do attack? Do you change, what do you do here? Indicate attack with outline. No, that's all. Oh, indicate attack with outline. That's something I haven't been using for a while now, have I? Because I could do that, for instance, with the spawner boss. Shoot in. Right in here we could do boss 1 enemy. We could do yeah, this does exist here, so why don't you find it? Huh. But like, should exist here though, no? Okay, what about you? What if I give you prepare shoot? Really? Also, why is this worm enemy on it all the time? Like, this also has the enemy base, so does the worm enemy have... No, it doesn't have. Wait, how does this make sense? What am I missing? Like, this is... But like, it doesn't have the worm enemy. Well, we can see if it works though. We could still do that, right? Just to check. Like, maybe it's just like it tries to find that method on, you know, on anything. So let's see if it can find it. Let's kill all enemy and then let's spawn this guy. Okay. So it does just work. Strange, but sure. The problem is though, the problem is it could use some that it needs to happen differently. Because I need to indicate before it attacks, not just randomly when the animation plays. So it's not the best. Like, this is fine, right? And then when this kind of shoots, yeah, that's fine. I don't mind that solution. Yeah, that's okay. We're gonna do changes, visual, added attack indication, outline to the spawner boss, to the spawner mini boss. Okay. So back to our nest crawler. Does this one have a rigid body? It should, right? Yeah. And it is dynamic. So I'm thinking, like, should I just make it kinematic? Because it's supposed to not move. Ever, right? So let's try making it kinematic and then see if that works. And then I also want to have a new script. So I'm gonna copy this one. I'm gonna call it nest crawler. Open you up and boom. There we go. Now I can kind of just change this around a little bit. It doesn't have a lot of like really interesting things to do. It's just kind of spotting enemies until you kill it. One special thing that it has, it's start call. We're gonna do a start call here. This is gonna be public override void. We're gonna make health. Okay, let's make armored, change armored mode to armored, right? This is gonna be like that at the start. Now what I also need to do is make melee attacks break armor, right? So that's gonna be another thing, but for now let's just leave it like this. What else can we do? I'm gonna also do this in the beginning, just in case. And then I don't think I need any of these because it's just gonna be spawning. We also don't need an enemy finder. I guess we don't need this at all, right? Finish attack, nope. Change behavior state, nope. Set velocity in target direction, nope. Can move through, nope. Attack sound, nope. On death stuff, nope. We're just gonna be killing it normally, which is good. Yeah. We also don't need this. It just needs to be spawned a little bit more in a smart way. It's not spawned like on a wall. Let me just check this. What is this? Has been pinged. Okay, back to school game celebration. We're Mooncube Games, creator of Spirit City Lofi Sessions. Holy shit, that was successful. But this is just to play in the background? No, there is actually stuff to play. Okay. We're accepting players for our back to school game celebration Steam sale. Application will be open. Okay. School life for academia, typing and keyboard skills. Blah blah blah. Yeah, so not for me. Okay. This could also have like its own classification of an enemy type, right? It's not really a normal drone enemy, but it's also not a mini boss, right? I mean, I guess it's gonna be a drone, right? Just a spawner. It's chunky. I mean, I guess yeah, it's gonna be kind of easy to deal with it. You just have to do it, right? You have to be careful not to ignore the thing. Okay. So let's add the nest crawler, and we're going to be adding this to copy stuff from worm enemy. Good. Now let's set components, and we can then remove the worm enemy. Boop. Unit faction 1, unit ID. Let's do that real quick before I forget. So 13 is going to be nest crawler. There we go. Just write something down. Is this here? Boom. Let's do let's move all of this down a little bit. We're gonna do boom. Oops. And then Noita streamer has NecroBouncer show log in library. There you go. Nice, that's cool. Really have to kind of make that list a lot bigger. I have other ideas that or other people that I need to put on. There should be another one of events. Kind of have to start writing the ones of, let's say, the ones I should enter. And you can also have the date here, right? So yeah, kind of have to start writing stuff here as well. But you know, one thing at a time. Okay, so I need the nest crawler name. So let's do that. So that's units. And we're gonna do, we already have it. Great, so we can just set nest crawler name and nest crawler description. We don't have the close-up image, but let's do that real quick. I can take this as a reference. Definitely not using this color, so I can use it as a base. And then let's just take this, copy it here. Oops. Just a tiny little bit of cleanup. But like these are gonna get changed later. I just wanted to, I don't know why I'm doing this. This is literally just wasting time, but it's, you know, it is what it is. It's wasting time is what it is. There you go. You can copy this and go back to where I deleted stuff and paste it back in. Nice. And let's add it to here. Boom. Apply and drop it in here. Boop. This is a spawner. He's gonna have a shit ton of health. At least that's the idea. Knockback modifier. Yeah, this is all fine. Death effects, we're gonna make new ones. So death effects, and this is gonna be nest color. And let's do, this is fine, death sprites, definitely, we definitely have those. It's this one and this one. Is that correct? Yes. Then we can also have public bool is a stationary enemy equals false. Should death sprites stay in place when spawned? Now let's find this thing. What line is this? 654. So this all happens here. So dead body we basically do if death effects dot is stationary enemy. If this is false, we do this, otherwise we don't. Check if enemy dead body should be moved or not. Okay, good. That's done. I guess some dead bodies should just stay in place. There might be more enemies. There could be like objects as well that work in the same way. So we should just kind of let them be. I'll drop you here, and then I'm gonna add you to the level manager so I don't forget this as well. No. Oh, I did just make a prefab. So this might not actually be the worst thing that happened since the Break of Dawn, because I did just make a prefab. But goddamn, if something annoys me is Unity exclusively crashing exclusively when you haven't saved for a while. It doesn't crash at any other point. It exclusively crashes when you haven't saved for a while, or if you have a while loop that's infinite, sure. But like when it just crashes randomly, it only crashes. It only crashes if you haven't saved for a while. That's the only time. It's like a rule of nature. It cannot crash. Oh, I still have it here, but yeah, not saved. Now the question is, did this one save its animation, or did that also get mumbled? Shoot in, yeah, it saved it. Let's say not too much was lost, hopefully. So let's go back to systems your level manager, and it has it saved here as well. Okay. So what do we have here? Do you need anything else? Like when it comes out, I guess it doesn't have, it shouldn't have the collider enabled yet. So we would do, something like this, and then also copy this. And then here we would bring it down to 0, or to the lowest amount, I guess. We could actually just disable it. And then here we can start to make it bigger, right? Boop, boom. I think that's good. Good enough, at least. We could also just make curves like that. I mean, it's such a small thing that doesn't matter at all. But yeah, it is better. But like, who cares? I like hair. There you go. Okay. So that's that. And now it just needs to spawn random enemies, right? So we're just gonna do I guess a coroutine, and it can just kind of have fun. I can also try to write the coroutine the way a friend of mine suggested of how you should do that. So I'm gonna copy the code he sent me. I'm just gonna change the name. This is going to be spawn enemies, right? Tick rate is, okay, let me understand the code. So trigger time equals 0. I just want to use float here. Just, I don't know, it feels better to me. If time.time is less than trigger time, and trigger time equals time.time plus tick rate. So this is basically how often that should happen. Sure. So I don't need this for now. I can just apply, let's say, it spawns an enemy every second, right? Or let's do a random.range. So it's like there's a little bit of randomness in how often it's summoned, but like basically every second, right? So then we would do spawn a random enemy. Trigger time. Here we would do this plus 2, right? Or plus 3, like 3 seconds, and then it starts spawning. And then we would also have well, we can just use prime tween, right? And then we're gonna do, I don't know how to spawn a random enemy though. Like, I guess we could do, is it game manager dot instance dot current, no, run settings dot current biome. Can we do biome manager dot instance dot current, get current biome, and then dot enemies. Can I do like biome info has a list of biome main enemies. Yeah. And this is enemy unit info, which is actually good because I want to kind of separate them based on their difficulty, right? So we can do public list of enemies, and then we're just gonna pass back the biome main enemies. So we can do a list enemy enemy unit info enemies to spawn equals this. But we're gonna do this on start, right? And have this be a public thing. No. No, this is not what I'm looking for. Level manager, biome manager, all enemies by ID. Kind of dumb that this isn't like power float. This should just be on the enemy base, you know? So like we have the size, right? But we could also have the power float on here, right? Why this would be split does not make any sense, right? So now I can kind of set them properly, and that's it. So let's go back to level manager, biome, and these can just have a Can I do this? Yes. So let's make you a bit bigger. So power float 1. Excellent. Charger. You're gonna have a plower float of 5. Next, we have number 7 stepping up to the port. Did I already go past it? Power float 7. You as well. Interesting. I don't guess that makes sense. Power float 7. And then, I mean, we're not using you, but like still, we can still drop you in. There we go. And now Maggot has a power float of 0.5. And then Nest Crawler, we'll just do 10 for now. Size of 1.25 maybe. And then I think these, I don't know if I should use these at all. Like these are only, where are these used? They're used in the biome info. And the spawn chance is important, which I mean, we could also add this to the enemy base. It's kind of annoying to have all of that information on the same thing, because it is only used here, right? Well, first let's remove the power float, because we don't need it anymore, and just fix the places where it's missing it. So here we do selected enemy dot enemy object dot power float, right? So that's it. And then here, yeah, we can just do biome manager dot instance dot all enemies by ID, and we just drop in a 12 in it, not plus equals, we do dot add. And here we do enemy base instead. And then we do this equals new, and then we do for int I equals 0 until I is less than this dot count and I plus plus. We're just gonna add, so enemies to spawn dot add this dot enemy add maggot. Is it 12 even on the maggot? Might be 11. Let me just check that I didn't mess this up. Yeah, maggot is 11. Boom. Okay. What we could also do is enemy base, enemy spawned enemy. And we do spawned enemy equals enemies to spawn and we're gonna spawn a random between 0 and enemies to spawn dot count, right? And we do instantiate spawned enemy, or we do spawned enemy equals, and then we drop this in, right? We spawn it on this dot transform dot position and without rotation. Now spawned enemy dot is spawned enemy equals true. So we do that. And then another thing that we do here is that we can wait. So we can do plus equals spawned enemy dot power float, right? Maybe we do times 0.5. So we'll see how well this works, right? So if it's like a super powerful enemy, it's gonna wait a bit more to spawn the next one, and so on. Next enemy is delayed by how strong the current one was. And then we also want to bounce a little. Well, let's just see how this works. And here we're going to do this dot transform dot do shake, no, do shake scale. We're gonna do a short duration, strength of 1, whatever this is gonna do. Vibrato, let's just leave it like this. No, I don't want to have vibrato. Randomness, sure. And that's about it, I think. And then obviously we need to start coroutine this, right? Now the nest crawler is going to be spawned in a special little way. Let me see, is there anything else? We need to also change this. So nest crawler death effects. Armored mode. I think we can set it to armored, right? And then we're gonna see where to go from there. Unit ID, we said that this is a 13. Now let's open our DevTools. Let's do DevTools, boom, and then enemy spawner. We're gonna add one here. Here, boom. And let's make this a frickin' layout, grid layout. Okay. Let's do this then, eh? Let's drop you here. We're gonna do this. $12 and then I guess 6. And then there we go. Let's see if we can manage to spawn that guy and see if it works. So now, let's spawn the guy, shall we? A little on the quick side, so it seems like DevTools, no, where is it? Nashcaller. It seems like this isn't doing the thing. Although this does seem like it should work. Well, let's do this then. Is this attached? Let's attach it. Let's see what happens again. Already? What do you mean source not found? Isn't F10 to skip to the next thing? Oh no, this has changed. Well, that's a fine how do you do. Try that again. And let's not pause the game here. No, let's do it here. Okay, this is 14, okay, and this is 11. So how do you get past this if we already return null? Okay, and now this equals essentially the same. Okay, so this is now still less. Okay, so what if I then do this? That's strange. Yeah, it's a cool enemy, I think. So the only thing is now, let's find this one. And then we do this. Small enemy. No. Here. So here we would do, if it's player melee, we break the armored node, right? Don't need this, just this, right? If armored mode dot equals none, return. So now I should be able to break the armored mode. El armored mode. Okay. Yeah, he might be actually could be spawning stuff even faster. Like, yeah, if 3 of them spawn, right? The thing is, you have to go to it and then really kind of damage it, you know. Although he does just disappear, which is awkward. You have the death effects, right? Oh, there you go. And then is stationary enemy. Let's see if this part also works. So that's something that broke when Unity crashed, or was reverted at least, which is weird because this is a scriptable object, so it's kind of strange that it got reverted. Hey. Where is it, Lebowski? Oh. Okay, what about now? Yeah, like if 4 of these suckers are gonna spawn, it's gonna be pretty spicy real quick. Okay. Yeah, I think this is pretty cool. We still need to do some sound and stuff like that. Shit! Okay. I wanna go pew 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 too? Well, say no more, brother. Armored mode, none. Okay, so one thing that I need to do is when you change the armored mode, this is gonna be, is gonna have a bool armor break, and this is gonna equal to false. And then here, if it's gonna equal to none, we're gonna also check if armor break, check if the armor was broken and spawn the armor break effect. So this is a to-do thing. It's gonna happen here, and then with the nest crawler, we're going to be passing in a true because it is an armor break, and same goes for the ladybug. Also going to be passing in a true. So I think that's nice. Have to add that effect, which is not that nice. I guess we could do a, we could add some effect animations. So one is gonna be when an armored unit is hit, and then another is gonna be when an armored unit has its shield broken, right? Alright, let me check some stuff. Okay. Okay, sorry. Was just kind of checking something. That makes sense. Okay. So the enemy works. It is spawned. Like it would be much better if it spawned more in the middle of the room, but like it does work. So what I need now is some sounds. I guess I can just add this as a, where is it? End screen, no. Here. If I can just record this. it could just play the spawn sound and it wouldn't be any, like nothing strange would happen. So let's move you a little bit down to this point. Oh, okay. Let's... that'll work. And let's do this, so I know when it starts. We're gonna record and boom. That's all I need. And then we're gonna open this behemoth. Boom. We're gonna drop our video in here and open you up. So now when I make a sound, I just need to find where this is played here. Okay, let's, how do you control this? Like that. Let's move you away out of, let's find where this is exactly started. Like this. Okay, I think this is stupid accurate, so we don't have to be so insane. So I think this is good, and now we can just add a sound in and figure out what works. Okay. Let's try with this one. Oh, this is not set to the right. Oh, sorry, this is gonna be a little weird for you guys, but... I don't think this is set to use my... Wait, can I change this though? Audio... Let's see. Output device, yeah, just system settings. Thank you. And then here we need some sort of a ground thing stuff, which I think, yeah, I can definitely use this for that effect. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that seems good. And then we would just kind of taper it off a little bit sooner. Also do this and then go kind of down towards the end of it. That's not good. We need some other sounds like, no. This. Yeah, this one seems good for here. Bonk. I'm interested to know, like, does it also work here for getting out? Yeah, no, not as good. Like really weak, you know? Maybe this? And maybe another of these swooshing sounds, right? This. Let's try with this one. Okay, let's make you a little bit bigger. And yeah, less loud. Yeah, I think this is good. Sorry for the repeated sounds. It's just, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Let's save this. We're gonna close and then bounce is the actual word to be used here. You bounce sounds. Custom sound effects. We're gonna do nest crawler appear. And then let's go nest crawler. I'm gonna drop this here, and we're also gonna drop this here. And then boop, close these. Sound group -1, this one should always be played. Play chance, yes. I guess it can be randomed a little bit, not too much though. Volume, well, we'll see. It probably needs to be quite on the higher end. Boom. And this is a nest crawler spawn. Okay, let's close it off and let's see how it works. Also make this sound just a little bit louder. Oh, it is. Okay, good. Well, that didn't work, did it? Okay. So let's do where is it? Nest crawler. Spawn sound SO. Aha. Let's do this then. And then, right, for our nest crawler, we're gonna do serialize field, private, sound effect SO, spawn sound SO. And then when we spawn him, we do play spawn sound. And we're gonna do game effects manager.instance.play audio. We're gonna play the shit out of this. The transform.position, and that's it. Okay. Oh. Let's make it like this so there's no confusion. Oh. Okay, spawning sound, and then this one's gonna be none. There we go. Now we can try it. Yeah, that's good. Bonk. Okay, another thing that I need to do is wait, was there a change here? I don't think so. Another thing that I need to do is if an enemy gets hit while it's armored, it also needs to damage text. No, defined damage text. Yeah, this is exactly what I was kind of not happy about. But then we check this here, check for armor. And then oh yeah, but like not why not do it's only used here, and then, okay, yeah. So we want to just reduce the damage instead. Right, so here we would just do damage times equals 0.1. So I think this is good. Let's check if this works. So let's spawn a normal enemy first. This is good. Nice. Nice. Okay. So one fix that I can note is damage numbers are fixed the issue that made damage numbers ignore or still be high. Fix the issue that made damage numbers when hitting an armored unit still appear as if you dealt full damage. There you go. So is this like fully added? Okay, I just have a call, I'm gonna be right back. Boom. Okay. Let's see. No, not this. Let's see what we have here. Nest color art done. Nest color design done. Nest color enemy evolution. Oh, right. We could do the evolution. So basically having an evolution, the enemy evolution that makes these nest crawlers spawn randomly, you know, in the dungeon, right? I think that could be an interesting thing. But like, I might add this later. Although I'm kind of tired, maybe I could do some small stuff. I could done this. Make multiple projectile type conditions possible. Okay, yeah, that's also an interesting thing. Yeah, there's a bunch of kind of small polishes to be done, I think. Wait, let me just check if everything works. Yeah, it seems to be fine. Okay. Boss level should not drop more modules, just better. Yeah, there's just a couple of small little changes that I want to make. I'm thinking about this shielded enemy like appearing in a, how do you say, in the tutorial. Wait, how many enemies do I have for the base biome? Enemies, I have the shooter, the charger, and the critter, and the spawner. So I could make one more. I have two chargers, a shooter, and a spawner. I could make a blocker for the first biome as well. Or just change this one into blocker, because it has this big old shield thing in front. So they could just kind of, you know, get in your way, right? So then I could have one of each, right? Basically 3 drones, 1 charger, like critter. And also making this one a blocker could be interesting in a way where they just kind of get in front of you. Or they would kind of stay medium, you know, not as close as the critters. They would stay a little more away, right? And they could do the attack still, right? But yeah, they could be working as a meat shield. Wait, can I just change the enemy's armor type to armored and see how this works? Like, does this even change them? It does. I mean, they could just be armored, right? What if I just do that? Wait, let me try to make them armored. Armored. Let's try to make them armored. Small enemy. Oh, right, but this one has... The critter has the same script, does he not? Critter. It has the same script. No. Oh my god. Okay, so what we can do is do the thing, do the dance. Just do this. Boom. Small enemy. Because this is gonna get ignored with the other one, right? So this is easy to do. And then on the start, on start, I want to make it happy. How can I make him there's a start, right? So what we want to do is do if armored mode equals armored. Let's actually do if it isn't none. We're gonna do change armored mode to armored mode, right? So we're just gonna kind of reset it. So this way it should have the thing. And then this can be a blocker. And we can make it have a little bit more space between you and, you know, where's my strafing range? The range for the strafing, is it, wait, is this separate and unit movement? Yeah. Strafing range, we would make it like 6. And let's see how this is with the shooter. So yeah, it's 8 and the spawner is 10. So they really run away, and this one can kind of be in the middle of it. So he can defend, right? Now I just need to check exactly how this behavior works before I do that. So strafing range, yeah, I saved the original strafing range at the beginning. So that shouldn't be a problem. Okay, good. Let's try to go for a quick run and see how this works. Okay, this works normally. Oh shit, electric bungalow. Okay. Bonk. Okay. Definitely not working the best. Maybe they could have a different behavior where if you get close to them, they attack. But otherwise they just kind of stay away, you know. Bonk. Then I could also give them a bit less HP. That could be interesting, right? So we're gonna do blocker enemy. And then we're gonna open you up like a boom, done. Blocker enemy. And then I'm just gonna swap it Rooney this script from the other one. And just change this enemy because like it's such a perfect design visually, right? It has this big shield in front of it, right? And maybe it could have some other because like right now it's such a boring enemy. It's just a meat shield, right? Why not make it an even better meat shield? If it's gonna be a meat shield, just, you know, let him be a proper meat shield, right? His name is Boogie. What's his name? Bugsy? Whatever, dude. Okay, let's add a armored, blocker enemy. And I'm gonna give it this and just copy components from it. Come on. But this is not all because we have more stuff on this. Oh, not high enough. Hello. So other sounds. And then we have stuff up to here, but then here I need to just add these. Boop. And boop. I can remove this and apply this, and also apply this. And now I also want to make this a blocker. We're gonna do blocker. No, the small enemy does not need this anymore. No. But the blocker can have some different stuff on it, right? I would say it does not attack at all, right? So it has, attack state, and then its strafing range equals 0, right? So he can attack you. Maybe like the strafing range can be 4. But then what we would do is, if attack state equals 0, oh wait, if it equals 1, it attacks you. But if it equals 0, and then, what do we do here? And the vector dot distance dot this the transform. Wait, why is this written like this? So attack cooldown only goes down while they're enough away from you. That makes no sense. So yeah, that makes no sense. Wait, why is this being checked here? So instead, what I want to do let's drop this to the trash. Oh. Yeah, let's drop this away. If attack state is 0, I don't think I'm gonna have different attack states to be honest. Finish attack, attack wall event. Yeah, sure. If it's attacking a wall, that's fine. Okay. If my distance is lower... Oh, so it has to be in the strafing range to have the attack be cooled down. And I guess that is okay-ish. Don't like it the most, but it's okay-ish. I'm actually gonna change this on this one. I'm gonna make it +2. But you, essentially, I want you to stay away, not really engage with the player a lot, unless they get in your face, right? Then you can kind of attack, right? But how do you do that, right? Without... I guess it can just be... Like, he can just chill. Attack state is 2. Okay, sure. When we finish an attack, we go back to attack state 0. Yeah, I think attack state 1 is never a thing. So what I'm gonna do is not have this here, and just attack cooldown is whatever, right? And if attack cooldown is lower than 1, right, we attack. And yeah, and if my position becomes lower, so if the player gets close enough, then I strike, right? And when we finish the attack, we increase the original strafing range, attack cooldown goes up, so we go away. And what is my attack cooldown? Here, between 1 and 3. I think that's fine. So let's see how this behaves now. Let's close these off and let's see how this looks. This seems to be okay. What about this one? Oh, right. This one is now broken all over the place. Sure. Okay, so now we do this, and then here we can just drag this one in. So that's fixed. Then we also need to fix this one. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Okay, so I think that's it in terms of what I need to fix to make this work. Okay, now those have also spawned. So this one now kind of stays away, right? It just is just being annoying, right? Like, ooh, ooh. But if I get closer, they attack. They should definitely get armored back, right? It's not armored in the beginning though, so I don't know if something went wrong. So this one, blocker, armored mode, armored. So now this should be as it was. And I think that after a while, they should also get their armor back, right? Okay. We also maybe shouldn't have the outline, maybe just the shield should appear, or like the health bar should appear as blue. Because otherwise they seem like special enemies, but they're not, right? They're just armored. So maybe if an enemy is armored, they should just have a blue health bar enabled at all times, but no blue outline. Maybe. Because it's already gonna have the effect and the sound that like nothing is working, right? Maybe the damage number for shielded hit should also be a different color. And yeah, then I can make these a lot more interesting. So another thing that I would then have is not just attack cooldown, but armored mode cooldown. And this is gonna equal to 0 in the beginning. And then here, when we do this, we do armored cooldown equals random.range, and we would do between, let's say, between 4 and 5 seconds, right? And then if attack state equals 2, so we're in the middle of attack, we would do original strafing range plus equals 2, right? And then and if it isn't in the second state, we can also make this +2, right? And then I'm also gonna do this. So here, if this is more than 0, we would do this minus equals time dot delta time. And then if this is less or equal 0, what we would do is change armored mode to armored. And then do a similar thing, I guess. So it's kind of more afraid when it doesn't have armor, right? Maybe we can also do it like this. Maybe 3. Let's make it 3. And then same goes for you. So let's see if this works. Okay. Did I save? I did. Well, let's continue, and we're just gonna spawn a new one just so I can see if it works properly. They're just kind of chilling, right? Unless you get too close, then they attack you. What if I break your armor? Then yeah, your strafing range becomes bigger. But when you get the armor back, your strafing range goes back to what it was. So you need to hit it and kind of kill it while it runs away, right? So it still attacks you if you get close, right? I think that's cool. I think that's a much more interesting enemy, right? And I have the blocker for the game, which is also cool. Anyway, this is gonna be it for now. Let me log this change as well. So the normal charger enemy has been reworked or has been redesigned to be a blocker. It now doesn't engage with the player on its own. You have to get close for it to attack, but it starts in armored mode, making it take 90% less damage until you break it with a melee attack. Until you break that armor with a melee attack. When it doesn't have its armor, it also stays even further away from the player, and it regains armor after 4 to 5 seconds. While recharging, it will still attack the player if you get. It will still attack the player if they get too close, and attack is off cooldown. There you go. Okay, that's cool. I like that change a lot. I just need to make the shield breaking and regaining and hitting a shielded enemy, all of those effects, right? So make a shield regain effect. Shield gain effect. There you go. That's also going to be used in the Ladybug then. Okay, good. So that's it for today. I'm gonna probably do more work later. Right now I want to get some breakfast, so I'm gonna be leaving, and then we'll see how the day goes. But yeah, definitely not gonna stream anymore. Hopefully I can get some more work done. I'm really happy about this, like making a really big change that I think is really cool. Adding a whole new enemy. Granted, I did have a good base for its like drawing already, but still. Made all of the animations, so yeah, really happy about that. So yeah, anyway, thanks everybody for joining in. If you want to catch me on, you know, whenever I do this, subscribe to the channel or join the Discord server. You can also have me ping you there whenever I do this. So yeah, until then, I really appreciate you. Good luck with your projects, and see ya. Cheers.